I would like everyone to turn to Psalm 73, please. Psalm 73.
We're there.
Okay. It reads, Truly, Elohim is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. For there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore, pride compasses them about as a chain. Violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand out with fatness. They have more than heart could wish. They have more than the heart could wish, They are corrupt and speak wickedly. Concerning oppression, they speak loftily. They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth. Therefore his people return hither, and waters of a full cup are wrung out to them. And they say, How doth Elohim know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? Behold, these are the unrighteous who prosper in the world. They increase in riches. Verily, I have cleansed my heart in vain and washed my hands in innocency. For all the day long have I been plagued and chastened every morning. If I say I will speak thus, behold, I should offend against the generation of thy children. When I thought to know this, it was too painful for me. Until I went into the sanctuary of Elohim, then understood I therein. Surely thou didst set them in slippery places. Thou castest them down into destruction. How are they brought into desolation as in a moment? They are utterly consumed with terrors. As a dream when one awaketh, so, O Yahweh, when thou awakest, thou shalt despise their image. Thus my heart was grieved, and I was pricked in my reins. So foolish was I, and ignorant I was as a beast before thee. Nevertheless, I am continually with thee. Thou hast holden me by my right hand. Thou shalt guide me with thy counsel, and afterward receive me to glory. Whom have I in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire beside thee. My flesh and my heart faileth, but Elohim is the strength of my heart, and my portion forever. For lo, they that are far from thee shall perish. Thou hast destroyed all them that go a-whoring from thee. But it is good for me to draw near to Elohim. I have put my trust in Yahweh Elohim, that I may declare all thy works. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 53, please. Psalms 53, please.
We there.
Okay. It reads, The fool have said in his heart, there is no Elohim. Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good, Elohim looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek Elohim. Every one of them is gone back. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Have the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon Elohim. There were they in great fear, where no fear was. For Elohim have scattered the bones of him that encamped against thee. Thou hast put them to shame, because Elohim have despised them. Oh, that the salvation of Israel will come out of Zion, when Elohim bringeth back the captivity of his people. Yaakov shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shalom, 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 Israel, and hallelujah to the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. Today's presentation is called Is the Covenant of the Law Despised Today? And in this great presentation, we will study the covenant of the law that was given to our fathers, and we will explain the conditions and the situation we find ourselves under today, dealing with this great covenant of the law that has been despised. The question was, is the covenant despised today? And the answer is yes. And we will prove this answer by showing that Israel is not under the covenant of the law this day, because our fathers despised the covenant. Despisement represent rejecting, refusing, or whoring. You can find this great word being used throughout our scriptures, and you can also find it in your Hebrew concordance under 3988. 3988. And again, it represents rejection. It represents refusal. It represents a whoring. And it also represents lightly esteeming the commands of Elohim. It also represents us despising our spiritual conditions and acts of repentance. So this word despising is not just used against the covenant of the law, but it's used against the people and their spiritual conditions based on repentance. The covenant of the law, which is an authoritative rule of conduct for Israel, which is commonly known as the laws of Moses. So I just wanted to give that definition of despised. That way, when we enter into this presentation, we will understand the direction and path that your brother will have you on today, to show without a doubt that the covenant of the law is and has been despised. Thus, it is broken this day. And if we truly open up our eyes that we can see and our ears that we can hear, we should understand this day that we are not under the covenant of the law. We can't put ourselves under the covenant of the law. And the things that we do today only represent one fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. It cannot represent one doing or keeping, should I have said, the covenant of the law, because you cannot keep something that Yahweh, your creator, have taken away from thee because of your despisement. Let us start this great presentation off by turning our holy scriptures to Jeremiah, the 34th chapter. In Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, we will see that a covenant was made in the beginning when the covenant of the law was given to our fathers. And it allowed us to know what a covenant is. Thus it reads in Jeremiah, the 34th chapter. I would like to read the 13th verse. And this 13th verse is dealing with the laws of Yahweh that he commanded our fathers when they came up out of Egypt. And one of those laws that we're going to show through this chapter that was broken represented liberty that was supposed to be given to our people every 7th year. And it reads, I'll start at the 12th verse. Therefore, the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, Thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, or out of the house of bondmen, saying, At the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother. And please note the instructions, because if we were truly under the covenant of the law this day, then these words must be obeyed. And don't forget what despise or despisement means. It means to reject the word of Yahweh. It means to refuse the word of Yahweh. It means to abhor the word of Yahweh. And it represents lightly esteeming the command of Elohim. So when we read these words in this 34th chapter, it shall allow us to know, we that have ears that can hear, that we are not under the covenant of the law this day, and that the covenant of the law has been despised. And we are showing today, according to this chapter, that our fathers were the ones that despised the covenant of the law. Thus, it reads in the 13th verse, in the 14th verse, at the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother in Hebrew, which hath been sold into thee. And when he have served thee 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearken not unto me, neither incline their ears. So we're finding out what it took to break the covenant of the law that Yahweh made with our fathers, and it told us that they would not hearken, neither incline their ear. And that goes perfectly with rejecting, refusing, abhorring, and lightly esteeming the command of Yahweh. And ye were now turned and had done right in my eyes, right in my sight, and proclaiming liberty every man to his neighbor, and ye had made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant, and every man his handmaid, whom he has set at liberty at their pleasure to return, and brought them into subjection to be unto you for servants and for handmaids. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, ye have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, said Yahweh. And that liberty is to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine. And I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. So it lets us know that a covenant was made, and it let us know a few words of that great covenant of the law that was made with our fathers. And just in those few words that we just read, it's not the whole covenant of the law, but there was a few words of the covenant of the law that we found that our fathers refused to hearken to. Thus, they despised the covenant of the law, and the 17th verse allow us to know that there was a punishment that followed the despisement of the covenant of the law. Not a blessing, but a curse. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. For in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, after we just read the information in Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, it will take us back to the beginning before we got to Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, and we will be allowed to hear the words of our Creator that he commanded Israel when he made this great covenant of the law with our fathers. So let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, I would like to start at the very first verse. for this first verse of the Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, continues from the 5th chapter, which is when we, or should I have said, when our fathers had the covenant made known to them in Horeb or on Mount Sinai. And it tells us, after the Almighty gave us the great words of the covenant of the law, and the words of the covenant of the law that he gave us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, was 10 great words, which is commonly called the 10 Commandments. And you can find that in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, and you will start at the 7th verse, all the way to the 21st verse. Well, we must continue to follow on with our Creator, and if we do, we will see in the 27th verse, our fathers, in Deuteronomy 5 and 27, our fathers agreed to do all that Yahweh has spoken. And to agree is good. It does not represent despisement. But to not agree to all, there will be a despisement of the covenant of the law. And we just used the Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, the 13th verse, to give us an example of how we can not hearken or reject or whore just a few words of the law, and you will be despising the covenant of the law. Because the covenant of the law is not just a few words. The covenant of the law is not just the words that one might want to do. The covenant of the law is all the words that your Creator have commanded our fathers, and our fathers agreed to all those words. Thus, if you read the 31st verse to the 33rd verse, it allows us to know not only was the covenant of the law consisting of 10 great words, but it was also consisting of commandments, statutes, and judgments that we were commanded, or our fathers was commanded to do all of them in the land that they possessed. And please mind you that even that last statement that I just made was a command. When you read Deuteronomy 5, you're not reading the law, and then you're reading a contemporary or a commentary, should I have said. But instead, you are reading the law and you are reading the instructions of that covenant of the law. And in its great instructions, it tells us exactly, we that have eyes and can see, exactly where the covenant of the law was commanded to be done. And when we broke that covenant, please take note, you got kicked out of that land where you was commanded to keep all in the land that thou possess. So keep that in mind as we go through this presentation, because it will go hand in hand with truth. not only was we commanded to keep the covenant of the law in that great land that our fathers possessed, but it also allowed us to know and study that if we forsook or hearken not to all the words of the covenant of the law, then we would be disputed or kicked out of that great land that we were supposed to possess. So it lets us know that the land and the covenant of the law go hand in hand. So it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. I'll start at the first verse, and it reads, "Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh your Elohim commanded to teach you." And let me interject this right quick, because I understand what my brothers and sisters are saying this day, but I don't think many of our other brothers and sisters does. So I would like to clear it up by stating that in this very first verse, just like in the 5th chapter, the 31st verse, it tells us, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments. Well, we have brothers and sisters that's teaching that one cannot keep the covenant without judgments. And that is a true statement, but it is not a full statement, because one might say, well, okay, if that's the case, let me start trying to keep some of these judgments in the enemy's land. Even though they will wind up being put in jail or wind up killed, still they have that choice. And that is not the case. The case is not only do one need the judgments to keep the covenant of the law, they also need the commandments and the statutes. For we agree to all. So when we're talking about keeping the covenant of the law, true, we do need judgment, but that is not it. Because if we teach our brothers and sisters, well, we can't keep the covenant of the law because we ain't doing the judgments, that is partly true. That is not wholeheartedly true, because that is not what our fathers, or that is not what Yahweh told our fathers. Yahweh told our fathers that we needed all to keep the covenant of the law. And I'm going to prove that throughout this presentation. Thus, it reads again in the first verse of Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, "Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh your Elohim commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whether ye go to possess it." And that is law. We are reading out of the Torah. This is considered the 5th book of the law, and it told us directly what was supposed to be taught to us. And once we comprehended that teaching, where we were supposed to do all that was taught. The 2nd verse, "that thou mayest fear." Please note one of the reasons why Yahweh have instructed us to keep the commandments, the statutes and the judgments in the land whether you go to possess it, that thou mightest fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep, and we're going to teach, I'm not going to do it today, I will interject it, but we're going to teach that there is a difference in doing and keeping. Thus, you will note that your Creator commanded our fathers to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thy and thy son, and thy son's sons, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. All these great words that we are reading thus far is under the covenant of the law. The third verse. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily as Yahweh thy Elohim, or as Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers have promised thee. Where? In the land that flows with milk and honey. So again, the scriptures allow us to know the instructions, and the instructions allow us to know exactly where Yahweh commanded our fathers to keep all the words of this great covenant. Somebody need to be muted, please. It says, hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is one Yahweh, and thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart. And you cannot love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart by accepting a few of his words and not accepting all that Yahweh have said. As we have taught and as the scriptures reads, if I am thy father, where is my honor? And if you truly honor your father, you will acknowledge to his children all that he have commanded and said. It also tells us, if I be the master, and Yahweh is truly the master of the universe, then where is my fear? And if we truly fear the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, then we would acknowledge all that he has said dealing with this great covenant of the law. So it told us in this 5th verse again, and thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words, not your words, not the thought of one's imagination, not a suggestion saying, well, we've got to try to do something, or ain't nothing wrong with us keeping the Sabbath, or ain't nothing wrong with us doing this, that, and another. That is not acceptable according to the covenant of the law. And when we talk outside of our net and add and take away from the words of this covenant, it represents a great despisement. None of us is more righteous nor more holy than the Creator himself. All that Yahweh has said is truth and righteousness. Thus it tells us, and these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently into thy children. And it allows us to know that Yahweh changed not, nor does the covenant of the law, to where we as fathers and mothers were supposed to hearken and take heed, and then we were supposed to, through continuation, pass it down to our children. So that's passing it down to our sons and our daughters and to their children. The same command, the same covenant of the law. Nothing changed, even though your situation might have changed. Your location might have changed. Your conditions might have changed, but the Almighty Word changed not. So if you found yourself in captivity and not being able to do all that Yahweh commanded our fathers that they should do in the land that they possess, then all one could do is live in the situation that you find yourself under and utter all that Yahweh have said. The Almighty will never give you a reason to change or to add anything to all the things that he has said. For Yahweh is perfect, and he knew that our Father's children would find themselves in a despicable situation, because he told us if we forsook the covenant of the law, if we despise the covenant of the law, these curses would befall us. So there's nothing new under the sun, and the Almighty didn't want us to try to figure it out with our own wits. He wanted us to continue to witness for him if you found yourself in the good or the bad. Thus it reads, again in the 7th verse of Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, and thou shalt teach them diligently. To teach something diligently, you could never add nor take away, nor would you give someone your opinion. But it tells us, thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way. So it don't change if you're in the house or if you walking by the way. The conversation stays the same. It reads, and when thou liest down, and when thy rises up. That is 4 different conditions, 4 different states of being, but the almighty word stays the same. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thy eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and upon thy gates, and it shall be, please take note, when Yahweh thy Elohim shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Ishmael, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not, and houses full of all good things. And please take note, because here it shows the people being in another situation, also in another geographical location. And it says, it reads, again in the 10th verse, and it shall be when Yahweh thy Elohim shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not, and houses full of all good things which thou fillest not, and wells digged which thou diggest not, vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten and be full, then beware lest thou what? Forget Yahweh. And how do we forget Yahweh? Dealing with the covenant of the law, by despising anything that he has said and commanded Israel. Thus it reads, again in the 12th verse, then beware lest thou forget Yahweh, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim and serve him. And how do we serve Yahweh? By accepting all that he has said, and by keeping all that he has commanded. It reads, again in the 13th verse, thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim and serve him, and shall swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods of the people which are round about you. For Yahweh thy Elohim is a jealous Elohim among you, lest the anger, and please take note what comes once Israel despises the covenant of the law. And it tells us, for Yahweh thy Elohim is a jealous Elohim among you, lest the anger of Yahweh thy Elohim be kindled against thee, and destroy, not build thee up, not bless thee among the Gentiles, not make you holy in a land that's polluted, but destroy thee from off the face of the earth. It also tells us, in understanding these great words and the covenant of the law that was made with our fathers, if we take a quick look in the 7th chapter of Deuteronomy, it tells us in the 7th chapter of Deuteronomy about this great people and this great covenant that Yahweh has made with our fathers. And it tells us starting at the 6th verse of the 7th chapter, and it reads, "For thy art an holy people," right after he told us what we just read in Deuteronomy 5, Deuteronomy 6, now in Deuteronomy 7, after he gave us the law in Deuteronomy 5, it tells us and it allows us to know how we become this type of people because of what was made with us in the wilderness after we was delivered from Egypt, commonly known as captivity or bondage. And the Almighty told us after we was delivered, "For thy art an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim." Yahweh thy Elohim have chosen thee. You didn't choose him. He chose thee based on the promises that was made with our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Yahweh did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye, our fathers, were the fewest of all people. But Yahweh said he chose us, and he loved us because Yahweh loved you, and because he would keep, not do, but keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers. Have Yahweh brought you out with a mighty hand? And the Almighty promised these words again. And based on our condition, we know that these words have not happened because we find ourselves still in the hand of the enemy. Thus it reads one more time in the 8th verse, "But because Yahweh loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers, have Yahweh brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt." Well, today, we are not redeemed. We are still considered bondmen and bondwomen, and depend on what part of the earth you are scattered, the hand of the Gentiles are still upon thee. The 9th verse, "Know therefore that Yahweh thy Elohim, he is Elohim, the faithful Elohim, which keep his covenant in mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. And we read based on Deuteronomy 5 and based on Deuteronomy 6 what the commandments consist of. And the Almighty generalized them as all that he have commanded, all that he have said, all that he told Moses to teach the children of Israel. That's why the covenant of the law is commonly known as the law of Moses, because Moses was instructed to teach our fathers all that Yahweh have said, and all that Yahweh has said consists of the covenant of the law. Thus it reads in the 9th verse, know therefore that Yahweh thy Elohim, he is Elohim, the faithful Elohim, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repairs them that hate him. And who are they that hate Elohim? Our fathers that despise the covenant of the law. There is two sides of the coin, and it is love and hate, blessings and cursings. And our fathers refused, rejected, abhorred, and despised the covenant of Yahweh. Thus it tells us, and repays them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hates him. He will repay them to their face. Thou shalt therefore, the reason why, keep, not do, but keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if it's a condition attached, if ye hearken to these judgments and keep and do them. So the keep or the do is represented by the keep. So you were only to do that which you was to keep. And that's the same thing we teach about the Shabbat. Many people say Shabbat Shalom, but every time I ask them, how do you keep the Sabbath in a polluted land, they tell me just rest. That ain't what I asked. If I would have said, how do you do the Sabbath, then you might give me a response like that. I asked, how do you keep the Sabbath in a polluted land? And I only get wrong answers by everyone I ask. They love to try to tell me what they're doing, but they ain't understanding what I am asking and what your Creator have commanded. For the Almighty have commanded us to keep the covenant of the law in the land that Israel possessed. And we do not possess the four corners of the earth where we find ourselves scattered this day. Nor are you keeping anything of all the things Yahweh commanded our fathers to keep in the land of promise. So it continued to tell us, I will read that 11th verse again. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments and keep and do them, that Yahweh thy Elohim shall keep into thee. Please take note how the Almighty lets us know the grave importance of keeping, not just doing. You're doing what you're supposed to keep. Thus, the Almighty lets us know what this word keep means, because he allowed us to know when it reads that Yahweh thy Elohim shall keep, not do, but shall keep into thee the covenant and the mercy which he swore unto thy fathers. And he will love thee and bless thee based under the keeping and doing that which was supposed to be kept in the land that thou possess. The Almighty allow us to know, we that have eyes and can see this day, and he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb and the fruit of thy land, thy corn and thy wine. Not where you at. It's speaking directly about the land of promise, the land that you were supposed to go in and possess. You can't change the geographical location of the Almighty blessings. If he said he's going to bless you in China and you find yourself in Ethiopia talking about this is where he's going to bless me, that's a lie. You can't change the geographical location of Yahweh's blessing. Thus it tells us again in this 13th verse, and he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb and the fruit of thy land, thy corn and thy wine and thy oil, the increase of thy kind and the flocks of thy sheep in the land which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee. And many people despise this word. They might not despise it as we read it today, but when you ask them questions and trying to figure out if they're leaning on their own understanding and they answer you, but they don't answer you according to these words, it's because they despise these words. It also tells us dealing with this great covenant of the law, it tells us if we look still in the book of the law, because we will establish this truth by the law and by the testimonies. if we continue to look into the Torah in Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, it tells us this. Based on all that I have taught thus far, dealing with the covenant despised today. It tells us in the 27th chapter of the same book, Deuteronomy, the 26th verse. Deuteronomy 27 and 26. And it tells us prophetically, cursed be he that confirmeth not all. You're not cursed, or you're not going to be blessed by giving some of the words, just like you're not going to be cursed by saying some of the words or all of the words. But it tells us, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of the law. You're not cursed because you can't execute a particular judgment, but you are truly cursed if you confirm not all the words of that law in its judgments. You are truly cursed. Every word of Elohim is pure, and he told us over and over again that he is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. That's loving him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. And one of the 7 things that Yahweh hates is a liar. So if you lying by not acknowledging all of the words of the law, the scripture says, thy shall be cursed. And we know, and we will continue to read and find out, that our fathers forsook the covenant of the law by despising the words of Yahweh, and all of the curses that are mentioned befell our fathers and their children. So we are truly cursed this day because our fathers confirmed it not all the words of the covenant of the law. To do them, and all, not some. So we were all under the same agreement. We all understood when Moses came back and told us. Thus it says, and all the people shall say, amen. And we want to hear people say amen after this presentation. Even though this presentation will show that our brothers and sisters are in error in what they are teaching and what they are doing. Because they ain't keeping nothing but what they are teaching and what they are doing. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. And I like to start reading the 10th to the 20th verse. Deuteronomy 30 and 10. And it tells us, starting at the 10th verse, after we done read, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of the law, and do them. And all the people shall say, Amen. Well, it reads in the 10th verse, if thou shalt hearken into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim. And I'm glad to use this verse because it also gives us a greater understanding of the covenant of the law and what the covenant or what of all that the covenant of the law consists of. And it consists of the voice of Yahweh. That is your authority. Everything abides based on that voice, because what came from that voice is what we agreed upon. And Yahweh told us that day in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 27th verse, they have well said all that they have said. So we had agreed upon the voice of the words of the covenant of the law. And it reads, the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in stone. And the stone today is this book of the law. And if thy turn to Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart, as we read in the 6th chapter, the 7th chapter, and the 5th chapter. For Yahweh changed not, thus it reads. If thou shalt hearken to the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the law, and if thou turn to Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul, for this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It's right here in this book of stone. It is not in heaven. You ain't in heaven, is you? That thou should say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it into us, that we may hear it and do it. Neither is it beyond the sea, that thou should say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it into us, that we may hear it and do it. But the word is very nigh into thee, in thy mouth, if you don't despise it, if you don't reject it, if you don't refuse it, if you don't abhor it, it will be very nigh into thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. See, I have set before thee this day life and good. Long you take heed and hearken to the voice of the covenant of the law, and death and evil, if you despise the covenant of the law. And he let our fathers know exactly what to choose, what was right in his sight. And that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in some of his ways. That is not written, Israel. But to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And we found out what that living and multiply represent. We just read it in Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. And Yahweh thy Elohim, please take note, shall bless thee in obedience in the land, O Israel. And I understand our situation, but if we really love Yahweh and truly trust in Yahweh, we shouldn't want it no other way. We shouldn't try to make it better for ourselves when the Almighty already told us through the voice where he will bless us always. Not that day, but always. And that was in the land, whether thy goest to possess it. And again, Israel, we are in the book of the Torah. I done took you to 2 or 3 different chapters of Torah, and they all tell us in the land that thou possess is where you was commanded to do all that Yahweh have said. That don't mean where in the land that you possess, you are commanded to do all. But while you ain't in the land that you possess, you can just do the best you can. That is not written. That is adding and taking away. And dealing with your brother, you will be found a liar. Thus it reads, in the land whither thou goes to possess it. But, dealing with the condition, if thy heart turn away, so that thou will not hear, refusing, rejecting, despising, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods, and many of us have worshiped these other gods, even to this day, and serve them, I denounce unto you. It don't say, well, you can just change. You can serve these gods for 20 years and then find out that you Israel and everything changed. That is not written. You are dealing with conditions. And we started off reading Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, dealing with a condition of the law. And it was a great condition, but it was just one being spoken of, how we were supposed to proclaim liberty to our brothers and sisters. And in just that one infraction, the Almighty allowed us to know that we have broken the covenant of the law. That's all it takes when you agree to do all. Same way with your mortgage or your car note. When you made that covenant with those people, if the price was $500 a month, then that's what you had to come with. You can't come with $498 because $498 would not represent all of that $500. And that's what we must understand when we deal with the covenant that we had agreed upon with the creator of the heaven and earth, which changes not. And And he already said, if you add to that price or take away from that price, you will be found a liar. More than likely, we're going to repro your house or that car. Just like the Almighty repoed our blessings and us being in that land that we're supposed to possess. It says, the 18th verse is where I like to continue. I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, because you breached the covenant. Many of us that had our cars and houses perished, repoed, because we breached the covenant. No matter what the situation was. And most times we try to explain and tell the people who we're dealing with our situation. But based on the covenant, based on the contract that you have signed, it does no good. Nor will it do any good with the creator of the heaven and earth. Thus it reads again in this 18th verse, I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whether thou passes over Jordan to go to possess it. So it lets us know exactly what land the Almighty is talking about, what geographical location the Almighty is talking about. I call heaven and earth to record, to witness this day against you. So when we made the covenant, the Almighty is using the heaven and the earth as the record. That way you can't come back in 2018 and 19 and tell the people Yahweh said this. Or no, the covenant don't consist of what your brother's saying. The covenant of the law consists of this and this. The Almighty said, no, you will not get away with that, because I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death. Not life and death together, but one or the other. Blessings and cursings. Not blessings and cursings together, but one of the other. Therefore, since they ain't together, choose one. It says, therefore, choose life, that both thy and thy seed may live. Because once you choose life, which was the covenant of the law, that same covenant of the law was commanded to you to teach to your children's children. So it says, therefore, choose life, that both thy and thy seed may live, based on your choice, that thou mayest love. That is the only way you can love Yahweh, by honoring and fearing all that he hath said. That thou mayest love Yahweh thy Elohim, and that thou mayest obey. Please take note how we are to love our Creator. And I hear it all the time. I love Yahweh. Yahweh love me. I got a personal relationship with Yahweh. Well, the Almighty said, I'm talking to all my children, and all of them are under the same contract. And the contract represents obey his voice. Even though we're talking about commandments, statutes, and judgments, it come right back around to a full circle and allow us to know with understanding it is nothing more than the voice of our Creator. And that thou mayest cleave. We ain't cleaving if we tell the people Shabbat Shalom, the Sabbath day is on the Sabbath day. Some of the statutes of the Sabbath day is to rest and not to work, but then you don't want to acknowledge what is commanded. I was going to say supposed to happen, and it's supposed to happen. But to give us a better understanding, that which is commanded to be done to him that defiled the Sabbath in the land that thou possess. And it tells us, you can find those answers in Leviticus and in the book of Numbers. But we don't want to read them. And the only reason we don't want to read them is because we despise them. If you love Yahweh with all your heart, soul, and might, if you cleave into Yahweh, you can't do nothing but confirm it. Because you already know with understanding, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law. And when we don't confirm, and when we don't keep, it is only a despisement toward the voice of the Creator of the heaven and earth. Thus it reads one more time in the 20th verse in closing, that thou mayest love Yahweh thy Elohim, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave into him. For he is thy life, and these words of the covenant is thy righteousness. It says, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land. Well, you ain't got to worry about that because you already kicked out of that land, which Yahweh swore unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Ishak, and to Yaakov to give them. Well, today, Israel, I hate to bust your bubble, but we are not in that land. Our life and the length of our days are not being prolonged. All you got to do is look at the news or look in your family. And the land that was promised to our fathers is desolate without you and I this day. Only because the voice of Yahweh was and has been despised. It also tells us, before we leave this great book of the law, let us turn to the 31st chapter. And I would like to start reading at the 16th verse to establish or to continue to establish my point. Is the covenant of the law despised this day, where it tells us that it is, and the Almighty knew that it would be. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter, and I would like to start reading at the 12th verse, and it reads, gather the people together, men and women and children, and thy stranger that is within thy gates, that they may hear and that they may learn and fear Yahweh, your Elohim, and observe, please take note, to do all. And every time you run into this little strong word, all, you should circle it, because it means so much to all that you're going to read in that particular verse and chapter. Thus it tells us, and observe to do all the words, the voice of this law, and that their children, which have not known anything, sound like us, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh, your Elohim. The only thing different between these children, which have not known anything, compared to our children, which don't know anything, is the first group of children is about to enter into the land of promise. And they have a true instructor. And the true instructor is instructing them in all that Yahweh has said. And these parents supposed to love Yahweh and have cleaved into Yahweh. That way they would be able to teach the children that came upon that land that did not know anything. Not so today. Today, we teach that we are obeying all of the voice of Yahweh without an instructor and without knowing anything. Thus, it tells us again in this 13th verse, and that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh, your Elohim. So it lets us know even these children, not our children, but our Father's children at this time, all they would have had to do is hear. But it lets us know you got to at least hear. You can't do this on your own. You can't come up with a solution. You can't come up with an opinion. The only way you will be on track is by hearing all the words of Yahweh. It says, and learn. It got to be taught to fear Yahweh, your Elohim, because a lot of people teach today that they fear Yahweh and they won't acknowledge all that he has said. That is a lie. You can't fear Yahweh and only acknowledge what you want to acknowledge. To fear Yahweh, you got to acknowledge everything that's written. I don't care if it go with your program or not. Your program is not the voice of Yahweh. So if you hear something based on the true words of your Creator and it don't go with your program or what you've been teaching or what you believe, then you supposed to drop it based on the fear and the honor of your Creator. But that ain't what I see. Instead, everybody want to be right in their own eyes. And they fuss every day when I bring out what does say Yahweh. Because it didn't go with their thought of mind. Or it didn't go with their chain of thought. Or it didn't go with their program. Or it didn't go with what they told their friend. So instead of them fearing Yahweh, they will fuss with their brother. Thus it reads, as long as ye live in the land. And you're not in the land. And you say, oh, it's wherever we at, brother. Continue to read. Whether you go over Jordan to possess it. And when you take or you look at a map, a biblical map, and you look up Jordan, look and find out what's in the vicinity. You will not find America. You will not find Jamaica. You will not find Germany. You will not find Russia, but you will find the land of Canaan. And that is the specific geographical location that the Almighty is promising our fathers. And it is all based under the covenant of the law. Not just the covenant of the law, but also the covenant that Yahweh made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But it's all the same. It don't change. The Almighty never promised Abraham that I'm going to bless thy seed in America, nor Egypt, nor Babylon. But he constantly promised throughout the law and the testimonies that he will bless his children in the land that they possess, which is called the promised land, the land of Canaan. The 14th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thy days approach, just like he told Abraham, that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourself in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud. And the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And please take note. And Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will despise my covenant. It reads, and this people will raise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them. And where was they going to go? In the land of Canaan. And will forsake me. And I said it that way because I want to show you that even though the covenant is despised today, the despisement is not really based upon you and I, but the despisement is based on our fathers. So from the time that our fathers broke the covenant by despising it, until the Almighty bring their children back and forgive them, the covenant of the law must be broken, and the iniquities of the despisement must be still upon the people. So the covenant of the law is broken today, and the covenant of the law is still despised this day. And it will continue to be despised until Yahweh forgive our fathers' children and save them and bring them back and give them a new covenant, which will be the same words would be the same words that Yahweh gave to our fathers. He would just put those great words, that voice, in our hearts and give us a spirit that we can conceive and never turn away again. Thus it tells us again in the 16th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will raise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land. Not the strangers of the world where we find ourselves today, but the strangers of this particular land, the land of Canaan, whether they go to be among them. And I will forsake me. And the subject matter is the covenant of the law despised today. And we're going to prove that this despisement is based on our fathers, even their children today, forsaking him by not confirming all the words of this law. Thus it reads, and will forsake me and break. So it allows us to know if we forsaking, the covenant is broken. If we despise him, the covenant is broken. If we don't confirm every word, the covenant is broken. Thus it says, and break my covenant, which I have made with them. Then, as we read in Jeremiah the 34th chapter, then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them. The people are teaching today the Almighty is among us. The Almighty ain't forsook Israel. We set apart. We holy. Well, that's a lie. For the Almighty said that they will break my covenant. And then it lets us know the conditions of those people and their children which broke my covenant. And it reads again in the 17th verse, then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them. You are forsaken this day, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured in many evils and troubles and trials and tribulations, and hell shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, as we should be saying this day, are not these evils come upon us because our Elohim is not among us? Let's witness the truth together, Israel. It also tells us if we go out of the law for a second and let us turn our holy scriptures to Ezekiel, the 11th chapter. Ezekiel, the 11th chapter. For we will truly explain this great presentation by the law and by the testimony. For if we do not, it is only because there is no light in us. Ezekiel, the 11th chapter. For it tells us in Ezekiel, the 11th chapter. Again. And I would like to start at the 17th verse. And it reads, after hearing all these great words that we have spoken thus far, it says, therefore say, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will even gather you from the people and assemble you out of the countries where ye have been scattered, and I will give you the land of Israel again. It is all about the great land that was promised to our fathers. Yahweh changes not. Thus, no matter where I take us throughout this presentation, you will not find one word of Yahweh contradicting itself. You will see where the Almighty is redundant in all that he has said. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, and they shall come highter, or they shall come tighter, and they shall take away all the detestable things thereof, and all the abominations thereof from thence. And I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you. So until the Almighty come to save us out of this, we are left with that same old rebellious spirit. That's why you find your brothers and your sisters today right in their own eyes, because their spirit will not allow them to perceive the truth. But it lets us know all is not lost, for it tells us again in the 19th verse, and I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and I will take the stony heart out of their flesh. And the stony heart represents the disobedience, the despising, the whoring, the lightly esteeming the commands of our Creator. But it tells us, and will give them an heart of flesh. And we're going to talk more on this heart of flesh when we get to the part to show that all is not lost, and Yahweh changes not, and a new covenant of the law will be made and given only to the children of Israel. But it reads in the 20th verse, that they may walk in my statutes and keep my ordinances. So you need this particular spirit to be able to keep the Sabbath, to be able to do all that Yahweh has commanded, that they may walk in my statutes and keep my ordinances and do them, and they shall be my people. When we have that spirit upon us, and when we keep and walk in the statutes and ordinances and do them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. But as for them whose heart walketh after the heart of their detestable things, and their abominations. I will recompense their way upon their own heads, said Yahweh Elohim. Then did the cherubims lift up their wings, and the wheels beside them, and the glory of Elohim of Israel was over them above. And the glory, please take note, of Yahweh went up from the midst of the city. And what this is implying is that the glory of Yahweh left the building that housed the name of Yahweh. His glory left our fathers. And it allows us to know when Yahweh is not among us, we find ourselves in hell. When Yahweh is not among us, it allows us to know that we chose death instead of life. When Yahweh glory departs from the midst of our fathers, it allowed us to know that we were recipients of cursings instead of blessings. Thus it tells us, and stood upon the mountain, which is on the east side of the city. Afterwards, the Spirit took me up and brought me in a vision by the Spirit of Elohim into Chaldee, to them of the captivity. So the vision that I had seen went up from me. Then I speak to them of the captivity, all, not some, all the things that Yahweh has showed me. So it lets us know that there's a time for everything under the sun, and the Almighty allow us to know, according to that time, what we will be a recipient of based on our obedience or our disobedience. It also tells us, while we in the book of Ezekiel, let's take a quick look at Ezekiel, the 17th chapter. I was going to read it all, but due to time restraint, I will just read some of it. I will expound on Ezekiel, the 17th chapter, and I will just read some of it. Ezekiel, the 17th chapter, it represents a riddle, and a parable that was known in the land of Israel. And this riddle and parable was made known to the prophet Ezekiel. And this riddle and parable was called the eagle and the vine. The vine represented our fathers. The eagle represented the Gentiles. And in being more particular or being more precise, it represented the Babylonians. So the eagle represented the Babylonians, and the vine represented our fathers, the Israelites. And in this parable and riddle, it told us about this eagle in his vine, and it was used metaphorically or paralleled, and it talked about how this vine will be taken over and made low, while this eagle will be exalted and lifted up over this vine. Well, I would like to start at the 11th verse and read and give the answer to the parable and the riddle. A riddle, when you say a riddle, there is a answer or a message in the riddle, riddle, that you're using. Same way with the parable. There is an answer that one is seeking after when these things are said to the people. Well, based on time restraint, I'm going straight to the answer. I advise us all to have your holy scriptures, which I should have been said, a piece of paper and a pen to jot down these great and relevant scriptures. So make sure you put down Ezekiel, the 17th chapter, and read it all. Due to time restraint, we can't read it all. I'm starting at the 11th verse, and it reads, Ezekiel 17, verse 11. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, say now to the rebellious house, know ye not what these things mean? And many of us don't, but today we will know. Tell them, behold, the king of Babylon is come to Jerusalem, and have taken the king thereof, the vine, and the prince thereof, and led them with him to Babylon, and have taken of the king's seed, and made a covenant with him, and have taken an oath of him. He have also taken the mighty of the land. And we know that to be true based on the book of Daniel, first chapter. That the kingdom might be based, made low, of low stature, that it might not lift itself up, but that by keeping of his covenant it might stand. Just like I said, we make covenants every day. We that own houses and cars and all that, we made a contract. And the Almighty talk about honoring that contract. Well, here it speaks on and says in the 14th verse that the kingdom might be base, that it might not lift itself up, but that by keeping of his covenant it might stand. But he rebelled against him. And many of us have rebelled in our contracts, and we have lost our property or the things that we tried to own. Well, here it says, but he rebelled against him in sending his ambassadors into Egypt, that they might give him horses and much people, Shall he prosper? And I can ask that today. If the covenant of the law is broken, as your brother teach that it is, shall ye prosper? And the answer is no. Thus it reads, shall he escape that does such things? No. So no matter how holy you speak out your mouth, no matter how holy then thou that you want to be towards your brother and your sister, you are in the same boat that we all are in. You are still a recipient of the curse, so you will not prosper, nor escape that does such things. Or shall he break the covenant and be delivered? The covenant consists of life and death, cursings and blessings. So if you did not keep the covenant, you're not a recipient of life, nor are you a recipient of blessings. But as we all can see, we that have eyes, that we are truly a recipient of hell, which we consider as death and cursings. As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely in the place where the king dwells, that make him king, whose oath he despised, and whose covenant he break. Even with him in the midst of Babylon, he shall die, because the covenant is despised and it is broken. But this particular covenant and oath that we are concerning ourselves with is an oath and covenant that was made with the Babylonians. And the Almighty letting us know through the teachings that I'm giving today how this covenant, no matter if it's with a stranger or with the Creator, it's supposed to be honored. It's a contract. And if you don't keep it, you can lose things, even your life. And many of us are witnesses of that this day. So it continued to read, neither shall Pharaoh with his mighty army and great company make for him in the war. So it's letting us know that the vine forsook the covenant that was made with the eagle. And they tried to make a covenant of death. This ain't the first covenant of death they made, because we also made a covenant of death with the Assyrians, which we will get to. But this covenant that we had made with the Babylonians, we broke. And it tells us if we wouldn't have broke it, we might have found some good in there, because the Almighty told us to bow down to the king and worship the king or serve the king and his sons. And everyone that does not will die. Even though we got people telling us that we don't supposed to be under this man's law and we don't supposed to serve this king, what the Almighty commanded us to. Jeremiah, the 27th chapter. Jeremiah, the 29th chapter. Both chapters tells us that we were supposed to be the good figs and serve the king of the land that we find ourselves in. until he save us out of it. In Psalms 89 and also 1 Samuel 7, it tells us that once we got kicked out of our land, that we will be judged by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of men. I seen a comment the other day where a brother was talking to one of my sisters, and he said, well, I can't understand that you can keep the enemy's law in their land, but you can't and won't keep the laws of Yahweh. And I responded, and I told him why. And the reason why is, in the book of Ecclesiastes, it tells us when judgment is not executed speedily, men are set in their ways to do evil. Well, I told the young man the reason why we acknowledge our enemy laws is because our enemy will execute the judgment of their laws speedily upon us. That's why. And we know that to be true. When you run a stop sign, when you're going faster than what the law allows on the expressway, what happens? The enemy going to enforce his law and the judgment thereof. So that's why we obey the law of the enemy. Because if not, you will be destroyed. Not so with the law of Yahweh. I ask that every day. He that defiled the Sabbath day, what should happen, Israel? Half of the people don't know. The other half of the people don't even care because ain't nothing happening. But despise the judgment of your enemy, the man and his son, and see if he does not execute the rod and the stripes upon thee, as Yahweh said he would. Thus it tells us, again in the 17th verse, neither shall Pharaoh with his mighty army and great company make for him in the war by casting up mounts and building forts to cut off many persons. Seeing he despised, please take note, seeing he despised the oath by breaking the covenant. And this oath and breaking the covenant is not talking about the law of the covenant, but it's talking about the covenant and the oath that the vine agreed to with the eagle based on the riddle and the parable. I'm just using it to give us understanding of a covenant and the despising and the oath. And it also, as we continue to read, it will include the covenant of the law. So that's why I'm using Ezekiel, the 17th chapter. I thought this parable and this riddle would be great for us to comprehend, allow us to know what Yahweh means about one despising his covenant. Thus it reads. Again, in the 18th verse, seeing he despised the oath by breaking the covenant, when lo, he have given his hand and have done all these things, he shall not escape, because it's already in writing. You already signed it. You already agreed. And if you break the contract, you must receive that which comes for breaching the contract, even with Yahweh's contract, which is called a covenant and an oath. Thus it reads in the 19th verse, or excuse me, let me finish that 18th verse. Lo, he hath given his hand and have done all these things, he shall not escape, nor will we. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, Elohim, as I live, for Yahweh raised his hand into heaven, according to Deuteronomy 32, 39, and 40, and said he lives forever. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, as I live, surely my oath that he hath despised, and my covenant that he hath broken, even it will I recompense upon his own head. Please get the point that your brother trying to show, that there is a penalty for they that break the covenant of the law. And it tells us in the 20th verse, and I will spread my net upon him, and he shall be taken in my snare, and I will bring him to Babylon, and I will plead with him there as we are being pleaded with, being scattered on the four corners of the earth. For his trespass. And what was the trespass? Despising the oath and the covenant against me. It reads, and all his fugitives with all his bands shall fall by the sword, and they that remain shall be scattered toward all winds, and ye shall know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it. So it allows us to know that the vine forsook the covenant and the oath that they made with Babylon. And that covenant and oath was based on their obedience toward the Babylonians and their gifts and all that they did in that time. Well, they forsook Babylon. And I would like to go to a quick chapter and verse to also establish this point. Let us turn our scriptures right quick to 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And I am doing this and showing this to allow us to understand Yahweh changed not. And if man can be a master and he get fear, if man could be a father and he get honor, where is Yahweh's honor and where is Yahweh's fear dealing with the covenant of the law? It tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, and I just will speak a few words to acknowledge that which I read is true, and the covenant of the law that we read about at first was dealing with the Babylonians, not our Creator, and then Yahweh compared the covenant of the law and his oath with the oath that we made with the Babylonians. And he said, you're going to be punished for breaking that oath and that covenant. But I'm definitely going to recompense to all of you all that broke my oath and my covenant. Thus it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. Let me find it right quick. It tells us, let's start at in the 12th verse. 2 Chronicles 36 and 12, it tells us, and he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, his Elohim, and humbled not himself before Jeremiah, the prophet, speaking from the mouth of Yahweh. These are the words of your Creator. And he also rebelled, broke the covenant, despised the oath. And he also rebelled against the king of Nebuchadnezzar. The king of Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babylon. He is the eagle based on the parable in the riddle, who have made him swear. Please take note, because we swear to do all that Yahweh has said. Deuteronomy 5, verse 27. Exodus 24, verse 1 to 5. We swear. Well, it says in the 13th verse, and he also rebelled against the king Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by Elohim. But he stiffened his neck and hardened his heart. And that's what we did when we despised the covenant of the law. That's what it means to reject, to refuse, to abhor, to lightly esteem. Thus it reads, but he stiffened his neck and hardened his heart from turning into Yahweh Elohim of Israel. Moreover, all the chief of the priests and the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathens, and polluted the house of Yahweh, which he had hallowed in Jerusalem. And Yahweh Elohim of their fathers sent to them by his messengers, rising up betime and sending, because he had compassion on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messengers of Elohim and despised. Please take note. There go that word despise again. And what is they despising? Are they not despising the covenant of the law? Every time one of these messengers was sent, and the messenger said, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die, and they said, no, brother, we ain't gonna die. We just keep doing the Sabbath the way we want to do it. The Almighty said, but they mocked the messenger of Elohim and despised his word and misused his prophets until the wrath of Yahweh, the anger of Yahweh arose against his people, something that we must endure. For there is no remedy, meaning there is no way of getting out of it. So I wanted to show this to show that what I was reading in Ezekiel is truth, and the oath and the covenant that is mentioned firstly in that chapter is the oath and covenant that was made with the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar. And we forsook that oath and that covenant by hiring the Egyptians. And the Almighty allowed us to know that it would not stand. And if we know the stories of the Babylonians when they was ruling, that they ruled that part of the country, and they whooped up the Egyptians and anybody else that we made alliance with. Because Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that Yahweh said shall come to pass. And he said in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, or the 27th chapter, I should have said, that I am Yahweh, and I have made the heaven, the earth, and everything thereon is. And I will give it to whoever I will. And he willed it that Nebuchadnezzar and his sons will be given the earth. And he told us and the other nations that was around us, we that don't serve Nebuchadnezzar shall die. So that was the covenant, and that was the oath that our fathers was breaking in Ezekiel, the 11th chapter, or should I have said Ezekiel, the 17th chapter, dealing with the riddle and the parable. And then it continued on saying, just like you will be punished for breaking the king Nebuchadnezzar oath, you will also be punished for breaking the oath of Yahweh and the covenant, or despising the covenant of the law. And knowing that, and also to continue to show without a shadow of a doubt that the covenant is and has been despised, let us turn back to the law and take a quick look at Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Because we might have people teaching and saying that all that I am saying is not true. So we must continue to show by the law and the testimony the true words of Yahweh, and to allow our brothers and sisters to know that light do possess in my teachings. Thus, let us turn to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, back to the Torah. And the Torah would tell us about this great covenant, and it would tell us how and when it is despised. For it tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and it reads in the 12th verse, because the following verses, or the previous verses, it was talking about if we walked in the statutes and keep the commandments and do them, that these great blessings for obedience would befall us. And then it tells us in the 12th verse, and I will walk among you, among the blessings. When these blessings are on you, the Almighty is among us. His face is not hid. It says, and will be your Elohim. The glory have not departed, not when you are in your land in obedience. And ye shall be my people. You won't be serving Nebuchadnezzar or no one else. Not being in the land under obedience to the covenant of the law. I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye shall not be their bondsmen. So the only time we're going to find ourselves a bondsman or a bondswoman is when we broke the covenant of the law. Because Yahweh's purpose of deliverance and salvation was for him to be your Elohim and you his people, not someone else's. When you're a bondsman and you're a bondswoman, you are the people of those that you serve. That's why we started with Jeremiah 34, to show us that we're supposed to be granted liberty every 7 years. That way we will always be Yahweh's people. But our brothers and sisters despised those words and kept us under subjection. Well, the Almighty allowed us to know in our land, under the covenant of the law, being obedient, you will never find yourself a bondsman or a bondswoman as we do this day. That ye should not be their bondsmen, and I have broken the bands of your yoke and made you go upright. It sounds like who we were in the wilderness when the Almighty called us Yeshurun, which means the upright ones. The 14th verse. But if the condition, choose life and blessings. But if you want to despise me and my voice, then you will be a recipient of death and cursings. Thus it reads. But if ye will not hearken, and hearkening is the opposite of despising, and to me, and will not do all, you will never get away with the best you can. These commandments. And if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do, and that's what our fathers did. They did not do all my commandments. So they might was able to do a couple of them. You might have had some that did the ones they like to do. Well, they was considered an abomination. They was considered profaneness. It was considered despisement. Thus it reads, so that ye will not do all my commandments. The Almighty calls it breaking my thus it reads, but that ye break my covenant. So all it's telling us in this 15th verse is that if you don't keep the statutes, if you don't keep the judgments, if you don't pay attention to all of my commands, you are doing nothing but breaking my covenant. That's all it's telling us. You can put more into it if you want. But if you read it plain and simple as it is written, it profanely or prophetically tells us that when one does not keep the statutes, when one abhor the judgments, when one do not do all of my commandments, which is the voice of Yahweh, they are doing nothing but breaking my covenant. And it reads, but that ye break, not breaking, it's broke. It's not bent to where it's going to break, it's already broken. So here is a great verse to establish and explain what it means to despise the covenant of the law, and it allows us to know once the covenant of the law is despised by our fathers or you and I, not acknowledging all of the statutes, the judgments, and the commandments, the covenant is broken. And this should be more than suffice. Thus, it also tells us, if we look at Deuteronomy, again, the 29th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, on the same line, that if you do not hearken to all that Yahweh said, and keep and do all that Yahweh said in the place where he commanded to be done, it is a despisement of the covenant of the law. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, I would like to start reading in the 10th verse. And it reads, ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh, your Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, from the heather of the wood into the drawer of thy water, that thou should enter into covenant with Yahweh thy Elohim, and into his oath, which Yahweh thy Elohim maketh with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people into himself under this covenant, and that he may be into thee a Elohim, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. And a lot of people love to ask, well, what do that mean? Who is he talking to? First and foremost, he would be talking to the people that's in the wilderness and their children. But he's also letting us know with these great words and the way they are written that Yahweh changed not. He's saying it don't have to be 2 or 3 generations down the line here and I'm talking to him. I'm letting you know today in the wilderness that I'm telling you about my covenant and I changed not, and those same words apply to even him that is not here this day. So it don't make a difference who is he talking about. What need to be understood is what is he talking about? And he is talking about his word. It will never change. Today, they say it is the year 2018. Some people teach 2019 we're going to be free. Anyway, until we are saved, these words apply. For it reads again, lost my way 1 second. In the 14th verse, neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. And I am teaching the same exact words that was taught to our fathers in in the wilderness. For ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and many of us know how we dwelt in America and wherever we find ourselves scattered abroad. But don't none of us know how we dwelt in the land except by reading, because none of us have ever been in the land. We are reading the words, the voice of Yahweh that was given to our fathers in the wilderness, even for them that is not there with our fathers during that day in the wilderness. And we was not there. So we get to hear the voice. And we are hearing it. And we are seeing that Yahweh changed not. If you despise the covenant of the law, you have broken the covenant of that law. No matter where you at or when you came upon this earth. It says, and how we came through the nations, the last sentence of verse 16, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them, lest there should be among you men or women or family or tribe whose heart turn away this day from Yahweh our Elohim to go and serve the gods of these nations. Well, in this particular instance, it's talking about our fathers going in the land of Canaan. And the gods of that nations would have been the gods of the land or the gods of the people of the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites, the Hanites, or not the Hanites. I said that wrong. 1 second, because I need to say it correctly. The Kenites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Gershites. Those are the people that the Almighty was talking about, and the gods that was among them. Well, today, we're scattered on the four corners of the earth, and all the gods of the people are among us, and many of us have partaken in such worship and service toward these gods. It says, lest there should be among you a root that bear gall and wormwood, poison, and it come to pass when he hear the words of this curse, and many of us are guilty, because when I speak the words of the curse, they say it's not I. They say, I'm blessed, brother. I'm set apart. I'm holy. All you got to do is save yourself. Our curses is only financial and all that mess, where the scripture says this in the 19th verse. And it come to pass when he hear the words of this curse. Don't forget, he said it's for them that's here and them that ain't here. Well, you wasn't there, but these are the same words of the curse. And the curse is only come upon us if we despise the covenant of the law. Thus it reads. And it come to pass when he hear the words of this curse that he bless himself, Shabbat Shalom, set apart, holy. All them are blessing thyself. In his heart. And many of us done went beyond the heart to where they just say it all out their mouth, and they fuss with you about it and everything, saying, I should have peace, shalom, Shabbat shalom, though I walk in the imagination of my heart. To add sin upon sin, or to add punishment upon punishment. Thus it reads, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare you, but then the anger of Yahweh in his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. We need to honor and fear our Creator. And Yahweh shall separate you into evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. So there's no way that we can get around this. We shouldn't want to if we honor and fear our Creator. And I need to show this right quick. Let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. because it allows us to know when Yahweh actually allowed us to understand that the voice, that all the words of the law was a covenant. Let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, right quick. That's all I want to read. In the 29th chapter of Deuteronomy, let's take a glance at Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, to show these things that many of us have not seen. I told my brother today, he asked a question dealing with this presentation, and I didn't want to let the cat out the bag. It wasn't like I was holding back the words of Yahweh or stealing the words of Yahweh from y'all. It's just a time for everything under the sun. So I didn't want to answer my dear brother question today at that moment. And I told him why. And I gave him, I think it was Isaiah, the 48th chapter, the 5th verse to the 9th verse. Y'all can write that down. Isaiah, the 48th chapter, the 5th verse to the 9th verse. And it told him, or I hope it explained to my brother and anybody that read, why Samuel was holding back his answer. Even my brother acknowledged that the subject matter sounds tricky. And I said the reason I didn't want to give it because many of us going to say, I already knew it. And the Almighty speak about us like that. Many times our brothers and sisters find themselves in darkness, and then you have a brother that can share light with you to give you wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And you will hurry up and say, well, I already knew that, or I've been doing that, or I was been taught that, but you never have it in your lips. You never have it in your conversation. But soon somebody give it to you, then you run with it and you say, well, I've been doing this for years, or this way I've been knew this. And that ain't nothing but a lie. And Almighty said, that's why I hurried up and told you before you can say, I already knew it. And that's what I was relating to my brother. Let's not let the cat out the bag yet. Let's wait for the presentation, and then let's answer that question. Because I know my brothers and my sisters, they do not give credit where credit is due. And they will hurry up and say, I've been knew this, or I've been did this. And it ain't nothing but a lie. But anyway, it tells us, where did I say let's go to? Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. And in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, it tells us in the 9th verse. And now you will learn why your brother, every time he talk about the law, he calls it the covenant of the law. Now you will see why your brother keep telling the world that the covenant of the law is broken. See, they playing games. You want to pick and choose one or two laws here and there when you're talking to me. But notice my response. My response is all of the law. I'm not talking about just no Sabbath. I ain't talking about just no honor your mother and your father. I'm talking about all the words of the law. So if you want to refute or rebuke me, you're going to have to bring forth your witnesses to establish all the words of the law, not one or two. Because I didn't say one or two is broken. I said they all are. Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 9th verse reads, only take heed to thyself please read all of Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. I wanted to read a couple of verses before this verse, but I'm going to stay where I'm at. Please read the whole chapter of Deuteronomy, the 4th. Where I told us all to go was Deuteronomy 4. I'm at the 9th verse. Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Harbury. And what did we just learn about that? We just spoke a little bit about that, Deuteronomy 5. And what did we learn in that day? We learned the covenant of the law represent the voice of Yahweh, and we learned that we agreed to do all that he said. Where? In the land that thou possess. Well, refresher course. It tells us, lest thou forget the things which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Harbury, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together. And let me state this before I continue to read, because our fathers forgot Yahweh. They forgot what was done and said in Mount Harbury or Mount Sinai. Today, we just don't know, many of us, that don't have eyes and can see, or ears that can hear, and a heart that can perceive this great wisdom. We just don't know. But the Almighty is talking to our fathers in this 10th verse. And he wanted our fathers to teach their sons and their sons' sons what was said and what was done on Mount Harbury. And you can find that for reference in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. You can find that in Exodus, the 20th chapter. And you can also find it in Exodus, the 19th chapter. Just to name a few places. Again, in this 10th verse, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Harbury, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burnt with fire into the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And Yahweh speak unto you out of the midst, the voice, Israel, of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. And the way our people is, they say they seen something, but they ain't heard nothing. They'll hurry up and tell you who they done seen. But when you ask them about the word, they know nothing. They heard nothing but seen everything. What Almighty said, that ain't the way it go. Instead, it says, and Yahweh speak unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard, so you should have something to tell us with these words. Instead, you keep telling us what you seen. But it says, ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Only Israel, ye heard a voice, and the voice that you heard gave Israel the covenant of the law. And he declared, please take note, we fact checking everything, not just what my brothers and sisters teach, but what I teach. And if you fact check what I have said from the beginning of this presentation to now, it tells us in the 13th verse, and he declared into you his covenant. So the 10 commandments, the statutes, the ordinances, the judgments all represent the covenant of the law that your brother keep proclaiming is broken. So it tells us emphatically, he declared into you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform. Even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tablets of stone. You got that stone right before your eyes this day. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them wherever you at? Absolutely not. But that ye might do them in the land whether you go over to possess it. Now, whose words are more righteous? Your brother and your sister or your Creator? Don't forget, your brother and sister are supposed to be talking about the words of the Creator. And the only way you're going to talk and declare and witness the words of Yah is by quoting that which is written. So we see this day why your brother keeps speaking about the covenant of the law, because Yahweh calls it the covenant of the law. And it includes all that he has spoken to the children of Israel when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. And I will read down a little further to establish that point. And let's just read the 19th and the 20th verse. It reads, and least I lift up thy eyes into heaven, and many of us have. And when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts, I don't care what it is, fallen star, you think you seen something up there, whatever you looking at, all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them which Yahweh thy Elohim have divided into all nations. You ain't set apart, being in the midst of them and doing the same thing they do on a daily basis. Just like you ain't set apart when you talk about something in heaven, just like the enemy and all nations talk about something in heaven. It says, which Yahweh thy Elohim have divided into all nations under the whole heaven. But Yahweh have taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace. Well, today we are in the iron furnace, needing to be saved out of it, and we will be. Jeremiah 30. The iron furnace, even out of Egypt. And why did you do these things, Yahweh? One more time for your children can know. To be unto him a people of inheritance as ye are this day. So when we came out of Egypt, we was a people of inheritance. And what is it, or why are we called a people of inheritance? Because we actually inherited something. And that great something was the land that Israel possessed. So every time your brother keep banging that land that you possess at you, it is only to teach you. It is only for you to understand the words of your Creator. Because those great words in the land that you possess represent your great inheritance. The same great inheritance that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And it will always be. That was an unconditional covenant. There is nothing that can truly alter that covenant. It also tells us that's all I want to read in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. Well, after reading these things, I would like to give a few more words dealing with the covenant being broken. And then I would like to establish that all is not lost and there is nothing new under the sun. And the Almighty allow us to know that all that he has said shall come to pass. Thus a new covenant will be made. But before we get into that great light of understanding, let us read a couple more chapter and verses dealing with the covenant being broken and forsaken. Let us turn our scriptures to 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. And please excuse me for 2 minutes. We're going to 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. And I would like to start reading at the 7th verse. 1 second, please. Shalom. Sorry about that. We all should be at 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. And I would like to start reading at the 7th verse. And it tells us and gives us testimonies of how our fathers despised the covenant of the law and how our fathers became a recipient of all that Yahweh said, which would represent death and cursing. Thus it reads in 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, the 7th verse. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against Yahweh their Elohim, and we know how they sinned, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods. And many of us fear other gods today, especially this character in the New Text. But I'm about to show you something that should dissolve and melt away your fear. For it tells us, and walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom Yahweh cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against Yahweh their Elohim. And I'm going to prove that we're doing one today, and that is inquiring in the New Testament. Every time you go in that New Testament, you are secretly doing something that is not right in the eyes of your Creator. For it is the voice of Yahweh that told you not to inquire in the New Testament. You just listening to your brother today because I teach that. And I don't know too many people that do. But it is written. Thus, I must confirm every word. So I tell you, as much as possible, not to inquire in the New Text. And when I say the New Text, I only say in the New Testament because the majority or the popular belief is that we are Christians and that this character in the epistles of the New Text supposed to represent something. So I use the New Text as a reference. But when the scripture says inquire not, it is talking about any writings, any doctrine of someone or something other than Yahweh. See, we didn't know exactly, or our fathers didn't know exactly what they would encounter, and the Almighty didn't categorize it. He just said, inquire not. It wasn't just one nation. It was 7 different nations that Yahweh is saying to our fathers not to inquire. And all that they have done toward their little God is an abomination. So we don't need to search and find out what they said. I see that all the time. Well, what happened to Joseph? How did Mary have a baby? And we don't care about that. And for you to talk about that, that lets us know that your heart and your mind have secretly did something against what Yahweh desired. How else can you keep asking me questions about the New Text if you're not reading, if you're not inquiring? And many of us don't even know what this presentation consists of. But we know everything about the New Testament. It should allow you to know you need to drop it and find out what the voice of your Creator have said.
Go ahead. Kick their ass.
It says, and walk in the statutes, the 8th verse, and walk in the statutes of the heathen whom Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against Yahweh their Elohim. And they built them high places. Today they build churches and congregations and camps in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city, where today they on every block. And they set them up images and groves in every high hill and under every green tree. And there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the heathen, whom Yahweh carried away before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke Yahweh to anger. For they served idols, whereof Yahweh has said unto them, ye shall not do this thing. Yet Yahweh testified against Israel and against Yehudah by all the prophets. And we read what happened, 2 Chronicles 36. And by all the seers, saying, turn ye from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes according to all the law, which I command your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants, the prophets. These words that you are hearing this day. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, and they ain't going to hear today. But I'm going to tell you anyway. But hearken their necks like to the neck of their fathers. Ain't nothing new under the sun, Israel, that did not believe in Yahweh their Elohim. And they rejected, they despise, they refuse, they abhorred, they lightly esteem the commandments of Yahweh. Thus it reads, the 15th verse, and they rejected his statutes. And what? His covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies, which he testified against them even this day. And they followed vanity and became vain and went after the heathen that were around about them, concerning whom Yahweh had charged them that they should not do like them. And they left, they rejected, they despised all the commandments of Yahweh their Elohim, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served the Lord. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger. Therefore, the reason why we find ourselves scattered on the 4 corners of this earth, it reads, therefore, Yahweh was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Yehudah only. Also Yehudah kept not the commandments. They despised the command. They despised the covenant of the law. It says, also Yehudah kept not the commandments of Yahweh their Elohim, but walked in the statutes of Israel which they made. And Yahweh, being a very jealous Elohim, rejected all the seed of Israel and afflicted them and delivered them into the hand of spoilers until he had cast them out of his sight. But you keep teaching we're set apart. How could you when you ain't even in the sight of Yahweh? To be set apart, you must be in the sight. For he rent Israel from the house of David. And they made Jehoram the son of Nebat king, and Jehoram drove Israel from following Yahweh and made them sin a great sin. For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jehoram, which he did. They departed not from them, even to this day, until Yahweh removed Israel out of his sight, as he has said. For Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All Israel that your Creator have said shall come to pass. Thus it reads, as he has said by all his servants, the prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria into this day. So here is a great testimony showing how our fathers, which included all 12 tribes, how they forsook and despised the covenant of the law. And we see the Almighty didn't say, well, just turn back around and do this. But instead, he shows the punishment for the breach or the infraction of that great covenant. And we are under that breach today. We are recipients of death and cursing. And we need to be saved out of it. Many people say, well, the only way you're going to be saved if you undo the broken covenant and just do it. Well, I hate to end your little story, but many of us know people that have been on this earth way longer than you and I. And they spoke the same words that you are speaking this day. And they were not delivered back to the land of promise, nor are you delivered. Even though your mouth say all you got to do is keep the law, your body shows that nothing has changed. You are still in the midst of the heathen, being a servant and being afflicted. It tells us if we turn our scriptures back to the law in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, as I stated, the Almighty is being redundant. He is telling us the same thing over and over again because he knew that we was abstinent, he knew that we was hard-headed, and he knew that we was rebellious. So he had to keep sending his prophets beat times to warn us of all that he has said. So we find in Leviticus the 26th again, and I would like to go to the 43rd verse. Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and I would just like to quote the 43rd verse. And it reads, "The land also shall be left of them." And if we would have continued to read 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, all the way to the, if my recollection serves me right, I think it's the 21st or the 22nd verse, we would have also read when the Almighty sent us to Babylon, it was based on the land resting. So what we're reading in Leviticus 26th chapter is in the wilderness. Before we even entered into the land, well, 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter represents us in the land for hundreds of years, forsaking and despising the covenant of the law. And for that despisement, the Almighty scattered us, in that particular instance, to Babylon. But what I need you to see is that what we read in Leviticus 26th chapter have been fulfilled. It came to pass because we spent our time in Egypt, which represented, in Babylon, which represented a 70-year period. Well, this 70-year period is a testimony of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 42nd and the 43rd, the 44th and the 45th and the 46th verse of Leviticus. I'm just going to read the 43rd verse, and it reads, "The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbath." So when we was in Babylon, the land enjoyed her Sabbaths. You will never find one verse that represent a testimony or a law where Israel kept the Sabbath in Babylon. Nor can anyone show me one verse where Israel kept the Sabbath in Egypt. And that one should be even harder because it allows us to know that the Sabbath wasn't even made known to the children of Israel until they was brought out of the iron furnace, which represented their bondage. But here it tells us, "And this came to pass as it is this day. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate." The she is not you and I. The she is the great inheritance. Well, she lie desolate without you and I. If all that Yahweh commanded Israel to do was supposed to be done in the land that they possess, which is your inheritance, and then the Almighty say, well, your inheritance will lie desolate without you, and you shall accept of the punishment. And what is the punishment, Israel? Death and cursing. Not practice, not rehearsal, not a temporary blessing here and there, but death and cursing. Just like if your brother or your friend or the enemy asks you, well, what is Yahweh going to give you for, or what is the reward for obeying all that he said when y'all in the land? You're going to teach, you should, with understanding, blessings in life. That's what you should be. That's what your answer should be. Blessings in life. Well, I got another question. What if the covenant of the law is broken and we find ourselves scattered on the four corners of the earth? Then what are we a recipient of? The answer is, Israel, death and cursing. Something that we need to be saved out of. Thus it tells us in the 43rd verse, again, the land also shall be left of them and shall enjoy her Sabbaths. Enjoying them. And how is they going to enjoy, how is the land going to enjoy the Sabbaths? And why is the land going to enjoy the Sabbaths? Because your butt ain't on it. Why she lie desolate without them. And they shall accept of their punishment. You're not blessed, Israel. You're cursed. You're not being rewarded, Israel. You're being punished of their iniquity. And what was the great iniquity again, Yahweh, based on this great presentation? Because, even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. That is more than enough reason for the covenant of the law to be broken. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at Isaiah, the 24th chapter, and I'll use this one as my last chapter and verses dealing with the despisement of the covenant of the law and the breaking thereof, and we'll speak a little bit on this great new covenant that will one day be upon you and I. Let us turn to Isaiah, the 24th chapter. Isaiah, the 24th chapter. And in Isaiah, the 24th chapter, it tells us, I'll start at the 1st to the 6th verse is where I will read. And it tells us, in the 24th chapter, I said, behold, Yahweh maketh the earth empty, and make it waste, and turn it upside down, and scattered abroad the inhabitants thereof. And that's how it is today. So when you look at the earth, make sure you see it as being empty and made waste, and everything is upside down and scattered abroad the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be as with the people, so with the priests, and that's how it is. Instead of the people, instead of the priests being responsible, and instead of the priests bearing the iniquities, we all bear them today. That's what you read. Let me read it one more time. That way you get understanding. It says, and it shall be as with the people, so with the priest, as with the servant, so with his master, as with the maid, so with her mistress, as with the buyer, so with the seller, as with the lender, so with the borrower, as with the taker of usury or usury, so with the giver of usury to him, or usury to him. The land shall be utterly empty, and it is. We just read it. The land is enjoying its Sabbath because it's so empty, because we are off of it in the enemy's land, being afflicted in servants. The land shall be utterly empty and utterly spoiled, for Yahweh has spoken this word. The earth mourns. You can't hear it? And fades away. They always talking about the earth is coming to an end. They destroying the earth. The ecosystem and all that mess is tearing up the earth. The Almighty says the earth mourns and fades away. The world languish and fades away. The haughty people of the earth do languish. The 5th verse. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. How could this be? Because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinances. They make it the way they want it. They say, well, we're going to do the best we can. We'll add a little bit here and take a little bit off, and we're going to make this work. Damn what our brother talking about. We're going to do this where it says, the earth, again in the 5th verse, the earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinances, broken the everlasting covenant. It is broken, Israel. And it will continue to be broken until we are saved out of it. The 6th and last verse that I will read in this chapter. Therefore, the reason why have the curse devoured the earth. And they, you and I, that dwell therein, are desolate. Therefore, the inhabitants of the earth are burnt, and few men left. The covenant of the law is broken, Israel. only because our fathers despised the words and the voice of Yahweh. It also tells us one more place, and let's go, since we're in the book of Isaiah, let's go to the book of Isaiah, the 28th chapter. I said that was going to be the last one dealing with the despisement of the covenant and the covenant being broken. Let's enter this as the last one, since we're still in Isaiah 28, and I would like to go straight to the 14th verse. And it tells us in this 14th verse, wherefore, after you done heard all his great words, excuse me, wherefore hear the word of Yahweh, ye scornful men that teach anything other than what we just taught this day, that refuse to quote what is written on these pages. The Almighty said this, wherefore hear the word of Yahweh, ye scornful men that rule this people, which is in Jerusalem, because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death. Please take note, your covenant is supposed to be with life. But when you forsake Yahweh, and when you try to duck and dodge the judgments that he told you to accept, you are making a covenant with death. Let's read. Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death. And with what? Hell. Are we at agreement? Can two walk together except they be agreed? When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come into us. And that's what we are saying in so many words. When we say Shabbat Shalom, when we say all we got to do is keep the law, when we say we got to keep the 10 Commandments, when we say the covenant ain't broken, when we say this, that, and another, you are making a covenant with death, and you have made an agreement with hell. And when the overflowing scourge shall pass through, you will hurry up and tell us it shall not come into us. Just like many of us saying we should be delivered in 2019. That's the same thing. For we have made lies our refuge. And that's all you have done. But today you got a brother that is rooting up and tearing down these lies, that Yahweh may be magnified. Thus it reads, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves. And this particular falsehood that they are speaking about, it was their alliance with the Egyptians. Because they ran to the Egyptians again, trying to get away, not from Babylon this time, but the Assyrians. Please study your scriptures. It says, therefore thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believes shall not make haste. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet, and the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters shall overflow the hiding place. And Israel, your covenant with death shall be disannulled, and your agreement with all these lies and what y'all gonna do and that and another, the agreement with hell shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, then ye shall be trodden down by it. And just for confirmation, the overflowing scourge, once again, Israel, is the Assyrians. The last verse I'll read is the 19th verse, and it reads, from the time that it goes forth, it shall take you, and it has. From morning by morning shall it pass over. We've been going through hell, and most people say for 400 years. By day and by night, and it shall be a vexation. Why, Yahweh? Only to understand the report. And what was the report? What are we reporting today? Is the covenant of the law despised today? According to the report, yes, it is. Thus, the covenant of the law is broken. But all is not lost. The Almighty allow us to know. I don't really have time to hit these particular verses, so I'm going to give them to you. Y'all read them. The Almighty let us know that there will be a time that the Almighty will send a messenger. And who is this messenger? I seen a couple of comments yesterday and today with people saying, when is David coming back? When is the king going to be on the earth? It is too many doctrines. It is too many divisions among our people. We need the king. And that was not correct, because the king was not the messenger. The messenger of the covenant of the law was the priest. And the Almighty allowed us to know that that covenant was made with Levi because of the fear they had for Yahweh. And the reward for that great fear was for them to be the teachers. And we're going to have a great lesson on that. I don't want to jump the gun. But it was the teachers. And the teachers were men. Thus, the scripture tells us, I said I wasn't going there. We got to go there, though. Let's turn to Malachi, 3rd chapter. Because one of the reasons why we teach that we are under the law today and we're supposed to keep the laws wherever we're at is based on our teachers. They just the wrong teachers. Some are male, some are female, but they wrong. Let us turn to Malachi, the 3rd chapter. For in Malachi, the 3rd chapter, it tells us, we that have ears that's willing to hear, it says in the 1st verse, behold, I will send my messenger. We're going to see, is this the king? Is this the angel? Is this what? Is this a man? Is it a woman? Behold, I will send my messenger, and he, that right there knocked the woman out, shall prepare the way before me. And the master whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, said Yahweh of hosts. But who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire. Not the person himself, but the words that come out of his mouth. We read in Jeremiah, the 23rd chapter. He that have a dream, let him tell his dream. But he that have my word, let him speak it faithfully. For my word is like a fire and like a hammer that breaketh in pieces. So when we read this, it's not talking about the individual being a refiner fire. It's talking about the words that he's commanded to teach you, being a refiner's fire and like fuller's soap, which cleans one up. And he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto Yahweh an offering in righteousness. So we see, according to what our brothers and sisters were saying, they were talking about a king and all these other things. What we need today is the priest. For the priest was the messenger of the covenant of the law. It was the priest that taught Israel, man, woman, and child, the covenant of the law. It also tells us, if we look at the second chapter, and I will start at the first verse quickly. And now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you. If ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to heart, to give glory into my name, said Yahweh of hosts. And how do we give glory to Yahweh's name? By acknowledging every word. We all know the story of the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house that held back a little of Yahweh's glory, and that glory was his word. And when he held back that little glory from Yahweh's people, he was not able to enter into the land of promise. Thus it reads. Again, in his second verse, if ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to heart, to give glory into my name, said Yahweh of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you. And they did not give Yahweh the glory. Thus, the priest, the servant, the lender, the borrower, they all scattered on the four corners of the earth, being a recipient of this curse. Thus it reads, and I will curse your blessings. Yeah, tell Israel? Because ye do not lay it to heart. You do not take heed. You do not accept. Instead, you have despised. Behold, I will corrupt your seed and spread dung upon your faces, even the dung of your Sodom feasts. And one shall take you away with it. And ye shall know that I have sent this commandment into you, that my covenant might be with Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. My covenant was, past tense, with him of life and peace. And I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me, and was afraid before my name. The law, please take note what covenant we talking about and what the messenger will always teach us. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. And that's what we teach. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. For the priest's lips shall keep knowledge, and they should seek the law of the covenant of the law at his mouth. So, I don't want to jump the gun, but I do want to say this. If we are understanding these words, it lets us know who was selected and the only ones that taught the law in Israel. And it was a man, and the man's name was Levi. In generalization, we talking about the priests. And to back up this word, and that's all I'm going to say about it, because I got a great presentation coming up in a couple of weeks dealing with this. But if you don't believe what I just said, please note Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, and tell me, is that anybody other than a man and anybody other than the priests? Thus it reads, for the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law. Who is they? Israel. Everybody that ain't a priest. It says, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of Yahweh of hosts. But ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. And we are witnesses of that. We hear our brothers and sisters talking every day about the law. And they are stumbling based on their lack of knowledge and their lack of understanding and the precepts of the law being taught to us by men. Not just men, but men that do not represent the priests. Thus, it tells us one more time in this 8th verse, but they are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupt the covenant of Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. So that's the verse that I will use to prove without a shadow of a doubt that a new covenant will be introduced. And when it is introduced, it will be from a priest, just like when the law was introduced to our fathers in the wilderness. The Almighty used it, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Miriam sung, Aaron and Moses taught the law to the children of Israel. And this law will be taught again under what will be considered as the new covenant. And before we get right onto the new covenant, I need to show us one more thing based on this despisement of the covenant of the law, to prove my point to my brothers and sisters that teach that the covenant of the law is not broken, that we're supposed to keep the covenant wherever we at. Let us turn our scriptures to one more great testimony, and that is in the book of Ezra. The book of Ezra is right before the book of Nehemiah. And in the book of Ezra, the 7th chapter, there is a great testimony to show us how things go, what Yahweh desires, even dealing with the law. Because our brothers teach, no, brother, that's wicked. You got to do the law wherever you at. Damn what these people saying. Damn the enemy. Just do the law. Just do the law. And they know they're going through hell, but they keep telling, just do the law. Let's do the law. Well, let's read the testimonies. Let's see if there's any light in those statements. I already know that there is not, because none of those people that make those statements can ever show me a testimony. So I know it ain't no light, but let's prove that there is no light in those statements. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezra, the 7th chapter. And I would like to start reading at the 23rd verse to the 28th verse. Then we'll get off of this part and we'll jump straight to the new covenant, because I need to show something very, very important. Let's turn our scriptures to Ezra 7:23 to 28. And it reads, whatsoever is commanded by the God of heaven, by the Elohim of heaven, let it be diligently done. Do you know what the word diligent means? For the house of the Elohim of heaven. For why should there be wrath, anger against the realm of the king and his sons? So these words that I just read in the 23rd verse is coming from the king Artaxerxes. And the 24th verse says, also we certify you that touching any of the priests and Levites, singers, porters, Nephims, or ministers of this house of Elohim, it shall not be lawful to impose toll, tribute, or custom upon them. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, Israel, but in all of thy getting, get understanding. That's why I like to expound, and that's why I love to explain, because there's nothing, knowledge is nothing without understanding. So it don't make no sense to read the next verse if we didn't understand the verse we just read. And many people have not understood these verses. But the 24th is letting us know that the things that was not lawful to impose upon Israel was only because of the declaration that was made. There was a declaration made based upon the words of Yahweh that Israel is free, that the Babylonian captivity is over. The children of Israel at this time were still scattered in the enemy's land, even though the people that made the decree wasn't an enemy, because they were spoken of 150 years before they was even created on the earth, that this great thing would happen. Well, in the 25th verse, it reads, "And thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim, that is in thy hand." Please take note, Israel. Your brother is not lying to you. "Set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river." In many places in the book of Esther and all that, you will find this terminology, beyond the river. And it was denoting our land. Well, the king of this land is telling his servants and anybody else that Ezra and the Israelites might encounter that no type of toll, tribute, or custom can be put upon these people anymore. And why not? Because they ain't servants, and nor are they being afflicted anymore. The 25th verse says, "And it told Ezra after the wisdom of thy Elohim," not what you think is best. Don't come up with your own opinion. "But after the wisdom of thy Elohim that is in thy hand, set magistrates." When you look in Deuteronomy, I think I told y'all to look in Deuteronomy 17, if you don't believe that the teachers of Israel will always be men, and that they are the house of Levi, the priests. Well, here it tells us, "Set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river, all such as know the laws of thy Elohim, and teach ye them that know them not. And whosoever," and please take note before I go to the 26th verse, why are they setting up magistrates and judges if our people teach that we don't supposed to judge? We can't judge. The Almighty never said don't keep the law if you ain't judging. Well, why is the first thing we setting up going out of this land to our land is the judges? Even the Gentiles know that, based on the wisdom of our Elohim. And it says in this 26th verse. And whosoever defile the Sabbath day should die. You say, well, it don't say that, brother. Let's keep reading. It says, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim, the covenant of the law, and the law of the king. What is the law of the king? The law of the king was the decree, and it told the people, based on that decree, you can't whoop them no more. You can't put them under toll no more. All of them that want to leave, let them leave, because they are free. And then it says this. And the 26th verse, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily. And I answered that today. Why do we do the laws of our enemy? Because they will execute their law speedily upon us, and we will wind up being in prison or dead. That's why. And this is the same reason why we're going to execute the laws of the covenant of the law when we get in the land. Because we done set up magistrates and judges and the priests, and they're going to execute judgment speedily. Thus it reads, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be into death, or into banishment, or into confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment, whatever the law requires. Today, you can't even begin to speak like that. But here is a testimony showing when we was in the enemy's land, we couldn't do it. Even the enemy had that much sense. But he understood that, well, I made a decree. They free now based on the word of their Elohim, so I'm letting them go. And letting them go, I'm begging them to keep all that their Elohim has said, and I'm begging them to execute all the judgments of their Elohim. Ain't that something? And it's sweet. It says, and what type of judgment? Into death, or into banishment, or into confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. And then he said, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of our fathers. This is Ezra talking, which have put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem, and have extended mercy unto me before the king and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty princes. So all these people that we mentioned in this 28th verse was told these words also. And they was made known to them that you could not put your hand on these people no more. Let them go. Don't stop them in their business. And they going home. And when they go home, they're going to keep all of the Yahweh's commandments, or they're going to keep the covenant of the law, and by executing the judgments thereof. Slowly? No, speedily. So here is another great testimony to show when Israel is under the covenant of the law, all that Yahweh has said must apply. We were not in no man's land keeping the Sabbath or any other laws, without us executing our judgments. And the king here have way more sense than many of us. For the king is letting us know, look, y'all, now y'all do this when y'all get your butt back on the other side of the river. You won't never read where it said, well, do it here. You only got one place where you can take me and say, well, brother, the enemy said, do it here. And then I will show you what the priest said. It is not met. We must go on a 3-day journey to serve or to sacrifice to our Elohim. So you will never find where the Gentile told us to keep the covenant of our laws in their land. Never. And it ain't no different than today. Today we're going by the enemy's word. The enemy have given you what is called the freedom of speech or the freedom of religion. So today you might not have to work. It depends on who you work for and where you work. So you might can have Saturday off based under freedom of religion. So the enemy say, well, do y'all thing. Don't let your brother deceive you. Do y'all thing, just like Pharaoh said it. But he that understands the words of Yahweh is always going to tell you it is not meant. Now, let's talk about this new covenant. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter. I want to spend just another 10 minutes on this, and then we'll open up for comments and questions. We should have many comments and questions because many people believe we're under the law. Some people don't know. Some people ain't for sure. Some people want to know. So let's come with your questions and your comments. But right now, let's go to Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter, and let's start at the 23rd verse. And the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, Son of man, say unto her, Thy art the land that is not cleansed, nor rained upon in the day of indignation. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof. Like a roaring lion, raving the prey, have devoured souls, they have taken the treasure and precious things. They have made her many widows in the midst thereof. Her priests has violated my law, for they are the ones that got it, and have profaned my holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane, and I see that all day. Anytime you tell me you are set apart, that you are holy, how can you be holy and set apart in the midst of the Gentiles, in the midst of the heathens, in a land that is polluted? You can't teach me you holy, but you teaching this land is profaned. Where is the discernment? Where and when will you put and make difference between the unclean and the clean? Let me read that verse again. Her priests have violated my law and have profaned my holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane, neither have they shown difference between the unclean and the clean. And I do every time. And have hid their eyes from my Sabbaths. The truth of the matter, many people have hid their eyes from the truth of the Sabbaths, and I am profaned among them. Her princes in the midst thereof are like wolves raving the prey, to shed blood and to destroy souls. The scripture says a wise man wins souls, but what do you think a fool does? They destroy them. Thus it says, and to destroy souls to get this honest gain. And they get that every week. They call it tithes and offerings. And her prophets have dubbed them with untempered mortar, seeing vanity and divining lies into them, saying, thus said Yahweh. Now you're going to tell me this is not going on today when Yahweh have not spoken. The people of the land have used oppression and exercised robbery and have vexed the poor and the needy by stealing their words. Yea, they have oppressed the stranger wrongfully. And I sought for a man among them that should make up the hedge and stand in the gap before me for the land, that I should not destroy it. But I found none. Therefore have I poured out my indignation upon them. I have consumed them with the fire of my wrath. Their own way have I recompensed upon their heads, as the Almighty said he would in Ezekiel, the 17th chapter. Have I recompensed upon their heads, said Yahweh. So that's what I wanted to read before I jump into Jeremiah 31. Let us all turn to Jeremiah 31. I would like to read Jeremiah 31 and Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. And then we will open up. Jeremiah 31. Jeremiah 31 tells us, dealing with this great presentation and dealing with after the covenant of the law has been despised. It tells us in the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. And I would like to start reading at the 31st verse. And it reads, and as we read, please take note of every word. Behold, the days coming, not here, not something that happened 3,000 years ago. Behold, the days coming, or the days come, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehudah. Well, many people teach that only Israel is scattered, and Yehuda just in Babylon somewhere, or in America, as they try to teach. Well, that is not true, for we all are scattered. And it allows us to know, no matter where Israel is scattered, when the new covenant is made, they will be gathered with the house of Yehuda. And we know that has not occurred yet. The 32nd verse, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, another testimony that will prove without a shadow of a doubt that we did not keep the Sabbath in Egypt, that we were not keeping a covenant of the laws in Egypt, that the Almighty did not make known his covenant unto Israel until they came out of Egypt, which my covenant they break. It's broken, Israel. And now we know why. Out of all the evidence we read today, we know why the covenant is broken. Although I was an husband unto them, look how the Almighty relate the covenant of the law being broken to a marriage. And what is a marriage? Another type, another covenant, another contract. Although I was an husband unto them, said Yahweh. The 33rd verse, but this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. After, not before, not during, but after those days, said your Creator. I will put my law, the covenant of the law, the voice in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts. You know you don't have the law in your inward parts, and you know you don't have the law in your hearts. Most of us don't even know the law. And will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. The 34th verse. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor after the imagination of their own heart. But it says, and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, know Yahweh. And we represent one of the forms of teaching, trying to tell the people to know Yahweh. So this is another clue, an example of us not being under the covenant, that the covenant is broken, because we on this conference call right now trying to tell the people to know Yahweh. But if we was already under a new covenant, we wouldn't be saying these things. We wouldn't be having no conference call today. We wouldn't be going in these camps and churches and congregations. But since there is no new covenant, since the old covenant is broken, we find ourselves trying to teach our brothers and sisters to know Yahweh. It is a great sign to allow us to know that the covenant of the law is still broken. But there is even a greater sign, and that is, if there is not a new covenant made yet, the New bogus and false. And one might say, why you say that, brother? And the only reason I'm saying that is based on what I know that our people been taught. Our people have been taught that the new covenant, I can't recall the words right now, probably because I don't want to, but the new covenant or the New Testament is known as the new covenant. Many of the Christians teach that they have been grafted into this new covenant. That is why they have the New Testament. Well, we are proving through this chapter and verses that the new covenant have not been made yet. The new covenant has not been made with the children of Israel only yet. And if that is true, how could you have a New Testament which is supposed to mean a new covenant? It's letting us know without dipping and dabbing and inquiring of the New Testament that the New Testament is a lie. And you say, how can you prove it, brother? And the way we can prove it is to prove that the new covenant have not occurred yet. And how do we know that? Well, again, according to the 34th verse, and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother. Even the Christians is teaching every day to know Jesus, saying, know Yahweh, for they shall all know me. So the Almighty is establishing when the new covenant is made with Israel only, they all will know me, just like we all knew our Creator when He made the covenant with us at first. And where was that at, Israel? In Horeb and Sinai. It says, they all shall know me, from the least. And many of us get down it because we don't have much knowledge and wisdom and understanding. And then we got some that think they're holier than everybody else. Well, the Almighty said that's only because I ain't made the new covenant yet. When I make the new covenant, it reads, from the least of them into the greatest of them, said Yahweh. For I will forgive. That's another example. We ain't been forgiven yet, so the new covenant is not established. But it tells us, I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sins no more. There go another good sign and clue. The Almighty have recompensed upon us the iniquities of our fathers. Thus, the children's teeth are set on edge. Well, the Almighty said their teeth won't be set on edge when I introduce the new covenant to them. So today, our sins are being remembered. Not so when the new covenant is made. That's another great example to prove that the new covenant has not been made yet. Because the Almighty said when it does, I will remember your sins no more. So there is great proofs in this verse that we can show anyone that have eyes that can see and ears that can hear that the covenant of the law has not been reestablished, and based on the rumors and theories of the Christians and all those other lost people, the New Testament is bogus. It is nothing. And you can't draft yourself to something that is not established yet. So it's a lie. You can use it for whatever you want to use it, but you can't use it for truth nor can you use it to establish the covenant of the law that has been despised. Let us hit one more quick point, and that will be Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, and then we'll open up for comments and questions. Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, is what I will use in closing. And it tells us in this great book, in the chapter 36, I'll go straight to the point. It allows us to know our current situation and how we will be delivered out of this current situation and how we will be the recipients of this great and new covenant. So let's start reading at the 20th verse. I start at the 19th. I'll just read a little faster. Ezekiel 36 and 19. After they broke the covenant, and I scattered them, the 19th verse, and I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed throughout the countries, according to their way and according to their doings, I judged them. This plainly lets us know, Israel, that you have already been judged for all that you have read in your holy scriptures. When you found yourself kicked out of the land, scattered on the four corners of the earth, the Almighty is allowing you to know, according to this 19th verse, that you have already been judged. If not, what are you doing here? Then that's the same question I can ask any man that teach that they are under the covenant of the law, that they are governing themselves. If that is true, what are you doing in the midst of the Gentile? But anyway, it reads in the 20th verse, and when they entered into the heathen, whether they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said to them, these are the people of Yahweh, and are gone forth out of his land. Yeah, that's them. But I had pity for my holy name, not because you thought you was keeping the law, but for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathens. Whether they went, I don't care what city you in, what country, what state. It says, therefore say into the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I do not this for your sakes, for your sake will be based on you or what you doing. The Almighty said, I don't do this, and I'm not going to do this. Not this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathens wherever ye went. Now, how can you be holy? How can you be set apart when the Almighty proclaimed that you have profaned his name wherever you are at? So I guess you're calling him a liar here too. Again, it says, the last sentence of that 22nd verse, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathens whether ye went, and I will sanctify. Sanctify is another word for set apart. He didn't say you set apart or you sanctify nothing while you are in the enemy's land. But it says that it will come a time and I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among among the heathens, which ye, talking about us all, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim. How? When I shall be sanctified, set apart in you before their eyes. And if you want to know when he's going to do that and how he's going to do that, please note Ezekiel 39:27. I don't have time to go there today. Ezekiel 39:27. The 24th verse reads, for I will take you from among the heathen. At least we know the first step is that you must be taken from the heathen as we was taken out of Egypt. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, not some of the places, all the places, and I will bring you into your own land. There go another great clue. The land that thou shalt possess, your inheritance, Israel. But after these first two things, the next thing in line you find in the 25th verse. And it will let you know that you're not under a new covenant, that the new covenant have not been given because these things have not happened. Thus it reads, then at that time will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. Ain't none of us had those clean water sprinkled upon us, thus none of us is clean from all your filthiness and from all your idols. And a lot of people say, well, do the Almighty want you to serve wood and stone? Well, before you got to where you at today, you were serving wood and stone. I don't care what type of wood or what stone it was. Before you got where you are at today, you were serving wood and stone. You, your mama, and your daddy. It says, then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you. What else, Yahweh? And a new spirit, which will represent the new covenant. Everything is new. It's just like in a couple of days, they talking about it's a new year when everything gonna be dead. And that's how we teaching about this covenant. We saying we under the covenant, but everything is dead and we dying under it. Our children is not prospering, but we under a covenant. We under a covenant, and some of us say we under the new covenant. Both of you don't know what you're talking about. For it tells us in this 26th verse, a new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away, you got to be forgiven and saved, and I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit, not your brothers, nor your sisters, but I will put my spirit within you. And please take note. And cause, please underline that, and cause you to walk in my statutes. That's what we just read in Jeremiah 31. He said, I'm going to give you the same laws because my law is perfect. My voice is perfect. But I'm going to put my voice in your heart this time. Well, that's what we read. After you clinked up. And I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes. And ye shall keep what? They will never change. Judgments is righteousness and truth all together. Psalms 19, verse 7. It says, and do them. The 28th verse, the last verse I will read. And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. Yahweh changed not. And ye shall be my people in that land, not in another man's land. And I will be your Elohim. That will be the end of the presentation. Due to time restraint, it's almost 9 o'clock. I will go ahead and open up for comments and questions. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the question that we have posed to the people? Is the covenant of the law being despised this day?
I've been trying to figure out, exactly how far it is.
Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comments or questions?
Okay.
The lines are open.
The lines are open. We can hear your conversation. So keep that to yourself. Is there any comments or questions dealing with this great presentation? No comments, no questions. You mean after all of this time, speaking on this great subject matter, there is no comments nor questions? And we talk to our brothers and sisters every day about this subject?
He's got a yellow one in his head.
Can y'all hear me? I want to make sure I'm being heard.
Yes, brother, we can hear you.
Okay, I couldn't hear you, though. I had my speaker thing cut off. Okay, I can hear everybody now.
Okay.
Is there any... Go ahead, sister.
I was saying, we do talk about this every day. And praise Yah, some of us is gaining an understanding on certain things and patience that we have to have, or, when we're dealing with our brothers and sisters, because it's not, if they never was taught these things, it's not a matter of them, not wanting to see. They just can't see it right now.
I truly agree, and most of the times it is based on us being taught to fear Yahweh by the precepts of man, so we have not been taught correctly, and a lot of us come from houses of Christianity and Islam and stuff like that, and then later on we start finding this truth. So it's kind of hard to drop all the things that we have been learned for 20 and 30 and 40 years at a time. So we kind of hang on to a lot of the secret things that we just read that Yahweh don't like. And it take a while before we get the true understanding. And that true understanding is going to come from the fear of Yahweh. That's where it's going to come from. And our fathers did not fear Yahweh, thus they despised the covenant of the law, and we find ourselves in the condition that we are under this day.
Hallelujah.
I had a question, and the question contained the title of the lesson, and that question is the covenant of the law being despised this day? The answer that I was looking for is no.
No.
And the reason why I was looking for the answer no is because our fathers is the one despised the covenant of the law. We have not been able to despise it because we are not under it. It has not been made to us. We just read which covenant that will be made to us. And even at that time, you ain't going to be able to despise it because he's going to put a new spirit in you and a new heart to cause you to love it. So the covenant that was despised was done by our fathers. We have so many chapters and verses in this book, and it talk about what people have done, and we'll read it and hurry up and say, we did it. That ain't true. You ain't never been in the land. You ain't never met a priest. Half of us scared of animals. That is not you that you're reading. It's your fathers. So when you teach and talk to your brother and sister, you got to teach and talk to them correctly. Our brothers who have taught us the fear of Yahweh by the precepts of man have taught us that we have done these things. That is a lie. Unless somebody can prove me wrong and tell me when you burnt your child up on Mount Harmon and all that. Other than that, that is not you. You're reading about your fathers.
Right.
And we got to see these things. It might seem small and minute, but it is very important. Because if we don't understand this, then we ain't going to understand the rest of what our brothers and sisters trying to teach. A lot of us believe that we have sinned. A lot of the people don't even know we are judged. If you ain't judged, what you doing here?
That's
you
right.
vacating? You just here vacating? Or is you living under this trial and tribulation? We living under it. We ain't here on no vacation. Matter of fact, go to Africa. Go somewhere, and I guarantee you be under the same trial and tribulation. Soon you get off that cruise ship, you're going to be under the same trial and tribulation. You just in another geographical location. Is there any other comments or questions? I'm not trying to do all the talking. I just talked for almost 3 hours. Is there any comments or questions?
Man.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Oh, wait.
I just heard. I didn't hear you, brother. I just heard the confirmation that they gave us. And they said we got 1 more minute. If there is no more questions, my brother used to tell me all the time, a lot of time they ain't got no questions because you done filled them up. So if you already filled and you understand that which I taught, because if you don't understand that which I taught, if I have taught something in error, there should be mass questions and comments. But maybe my brother is correct and y'all is full on this subject matter, And if that's the case, I go ahead and end the presentation with a couple words of the law and a song, because they said we got 1 minute. So I'm not going to force anybody to ask anything. I told you, if you hear or forbear. Let me take everybody to Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, read a couple words out the law, and then end this great presentation with a song. Let's go to Deuteronomy 33, verse 26. Deuteronomy 33, verse 26. And it tells us, and I hope we will never forget it, it says, there is none like unto the Elohim of Yeshurun, who rides upon the heaven in thy help, and in his excellency on the sky. The eternal Elohim is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and he shall thrust out the enemy before thee, and shall say, destroy them. Israel then, please take note, because when we under the covenant of the law, it's always going to be like this. Israel then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Jacob shall be upon a land of corn and wine, as we just read in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. Also, his heaven shall drop down dew. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto thee, O people, saved by Yahweh, the shield of thy help, and who is the sword of thy excellency. And thy enemies shall be found liars unto thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. I will end with Psalms 40. And Psalms 40 reads, I will just read the first 11 verses, and it reads, I waited patiently for Yahweh, and he inclined unto me and heard my cry. He brought me up also out of an horrible pit, out of a miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. And he hath put a new song in my mouth, even praises into our Elohim. Many shall see it and fear, and shall trust in Yahweh. Blessed is that man that make Yahweh his trust, and respect not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Many, O Yahweh, my Elohim, are thy wonderful works, which thou hast done, and thy thoughts which are toward us, they cannot be reckoned up in order unto thee. If I would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offering thy did not desire. My ears have thy open, Israel. Burnt offerings and sin offerings has thy not required. Then said I, lo, I come. In the volume of the book, it is written of us. I delight to do thy will, O my Elohim. Yea, thy law is within my heart. I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips. Yahweh, thou knowest. I have not hid thy righteousness within my heart. I have declared thy faithfulness and thy salvation. I have not concealed thy loving kindness and thy truth from the great congregation. Withhold not thy tender mercy from me, Yahweh. Let thy loving kindness and thy truth continuously preserve us. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Give you up, never gonna let you down.